hitting your chest right now.
My birthday month is
No.
right now. Time to censor.
She can't talk right now.
My time.
She's a little busy right now. Cannot censor. It is my birthday month.
My birthday month. Mine.
Taking cash apps all month.
No, I'm taking cash apps all month.
month.
I'll be sure to put my cash app in my bio and in my profile picture. I'll take Zelle, Apple Pay, Venmo, Cash.
I know the weather over here is
Very
actually
bad.
cold, but is everything okay?
Business too.
Yeah, the
Very
weather.
bad. We can't hear you.
No checks. Yup, no checks.
Miss Pasha, what you doing Saturday?
I don't know.
Because they're gonna have the No Kings protest, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like, in Chicago. So
What's the No King protest?
Right. What's that?
saying fuck Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. Fuck Donald Trump.
I didn't think of that. Like, y'all know, like, the Yes King. I thought about that, but, like, I don't even know.
Yeah, I guess a bunch of people are gonna protest on Saturday. I think it's Saturday, the 14th.
They've been protesting all summer long over here.
Oh my God, observing this year.
They should be protesting.
I was in downtown yesterday. It was kind of crazy.
No, it wasn't.
I think Rio said Dallas is
was.
protesting.
Yeah, all the major cities that you're gonna see the ice raids taking place. Like a lot of them, they're protesting.
They actually,
Yeah, they're protesting here for that too.
They actually started here.
What?
Today.
Yep, here we go. Here we come. Martial law. Big fucking filthy.
The raid,
Yeah.
they started, but then they kind of like stopped, and then they started again. And like the way that they'll pull up in like all these unmarked vehicles, and it's been crazy. And I saw them. They went to this car wash, and it was really fucking sad because like everybody there is just trying to make a living. They're not documented, and they took all of them.
Hey, Bo, thank you for calling me on the back end. What did you want?
You liar.
He called me on the back end. He said cause some destruction, cause some chaos.
Oh God. Okay. No.
Well,
Claim.
why
Okay, but I
did you call
can't
me
yell
on the
at
back
all
end
that
and tell me
much.
to cause some chaos?
I can't yell either. I'm shit. Let me finish talking my ice.
Bo,
I'm pretty
Listen,
sure
we're
on
talking about
Saturday.
you
protest.
said cause a
pretty sure on
distraction,
Saturday
Boldy.
I'm pretty sure on Saturday.
I'm busy right
I'm pretty
now,
sure on
Boldy.
Saturday. I'm
Aren't
pretty
you
sure on
I gotta get back to work,
Aren't you
Boldy.
Haitian? They're gonna deport you.
I'm
Aren't you
pretty
Haitian?
sure on Saturday.
I am not Haitian.
I'm pretty sure on Saturday.
Jamaican.
Dumb bitch done talking that. I'm pretty
But
sure
I
on
gotta go,
Saturday.
Boldy. I'll be back.
I'm
Just
pretty.
call
Bye,
me again on the
bitch.
back end,
Bye,
Boldy.
bitch.
Tell me when you want me to
Bye,
cause a
bitch. Bye,
distraction and cause some chaos.
Haitian
I'll do
patties
it.
are
I
actually
promise.
better than Jamaican
I
patties.
promise.
Goodbye.
No.
Racist
Fuck
boyfriend.
Katie.
Agreed
Go
with
back to
that.
white man.
Where's
Exactly.
Robert gonna start his YT Supremacy Live? Go ahead. All right. Go.
No, but I just
Anyway,
want to
on,
Did you tell August to come up here and cause some chaos?
Absolutely not. I had no back end. He's
on
being-
Saturday, I'm gonna get this out finally.
Oh, wow.
On
Okay.
Saturday, I believe there's gonna be a state event that's gonna push martial law. That's my prediction. On Saturday, there's going to be a staged event.
Actually, what happened, observing, is that he fucking cussed me out because I unmodded him. When I modded him early, he was cussing me out, talking about mod me now. What the fuck? That's the message.
No, don't nobody come in here demanding to be a mod but Miss Passion. What the hell?
Mod me now.
That's what the fucking message was. When?
Well, I suggest you guys not go to the King protests this weekend, if only because I plan on being the next king. All hail observant.
Shut your ass up.
All hail observant.
Kings cannot be bald.
Thank you.
So busy, bold. You gotta
What
stop.
is a king to a god?
Kings can't be bald. Observant.
Why, bold? Why do you want me?
You don't trust me to lead you into a bright future?
I'm gonna get you some.
I trust you more than Trump. That's
Bold.
right.
You want me to get you some money?
I don't think the MAGA people would like me very much.
I'm not trying to do that anymore.
I vote
I'm trying
for
to
you
give
to
out
be my
applications.
king.
No
I
more
vote for
money. But if you need a
Application
job,
for what?
I got
I'm
a
not
job
gonna be your
for
house.
you.
I'm not gonna be your house boy. I'm
No,
not
you
taking
don't
your
have to be
job.
my house boy. You're too old for that. But yeah.
What? Oh, fuck off.
August, if I had a picture on the internet with a tick on my
You gotta
shirt,
be in
I
your
would never come
20s,
back.
Baldy. You gotta be in your
I would
20s.
never come back
So y'all-
again.
The 20s don't look like the 20s no more. These motherfuckers.
Well, you can't be in your 60s.
Yeah, you
and be called
definitely
a house
should wash
boy.
your shirts. That,
Yeah, wash your shirt.
Be in your 60s
Don't be
and be
running
called a
around
house
with your
boy.
dog.
Okay,
What
Bold?
happens when you be playing with your dog?
But
so you got ticks on
Baldy,
your
call me again
You
when
got-
you need me later, okay?
you got
Bold?
bugs doing the
I might not be
whole
busy
process
anymore.
on
I
the
might be
front.
free.
It was gross.
So right now, I'm trying to order some food right now.
Of course
You
you
dirty
are, big
bitch.
boy.
All right?
Yeah,
Just trying
thank
to
you.
order
I'm
some
sure-
food.
Listen, that's a side effect of the testosterone.
Oh, well, Bold. I'll talk to you later, Bold.
Where's Cascade with the side effects? Where's Cascade with the side effects? I need 12 of those sperm guns. I mean, those sperm
What?
people. Listen, 12 of them.
No,
12 people.
no. That's
Is
not
one
right.
of the effects acting like a bitch?
Oh, 100%. It's actually on the list.
James, stop coming into you know what? I can't wait to ice find your ass. Okay, I need 12 people with the sperm pew thingy.
Child, would you stop saying that?
Why?
My
saying?
Bolden gang.
Now, I have a question, and I want to really see y'all morality, right? There's this bitch I don't fuck with. Does she not documented?
Someone mute her.
No, like for real, I have a question.
Get her out. Get her out.
Wait, can you ask the question again? I didn't hear that.
There's this bitch I don't fuck with.
Uh huh.
Right.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
So
Damn.
cute.
I don't know.
Is that the person?
But Bold, I told you about that. But
Who's that?
why you got my auntie up on this picture, bro? Why you got my auntie playing? Bold.
Why do you have Mars Attacks Bella on the background?
Oh, I thought that was.
Damn, Bold. You changed, Bold. You really changed.
Yeah,
But
both is dark.
Bold, every
like
time you
his
put Dimple's
family.
picture up, the racist white men come in here.
Yeah.
Literally.
We finna hear some N-words.
Who's here?
Oh, that's why she calls herself Dimples. I get it.
Oh, you're a fucking detective.
First time
Birthday.
seeing her picture.
I love how
y'all.
Honey Baby realized why her name was Dimples long before you did.
I'm sorry, nobody else noticed that.
I see it. It's so vivid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did that to piss October off. I'm about to get blocked.
Pretty
Bold,
on the line.
remember when you asked who was here and Andrew just said, I'm here? There you go.
Wait, can you make Miss Passion big box real quick?
Speaking of the devil, there's a picture of Andrew.
I have a picture for you. Picture for you, observant.
Oh wow, that's
Say it again.
I have a picture for you, observant.
Oh, yes. King Feline. That'll be my election poster right there.
Bold struck me so fast.
No, who is that? No, that's not real, right?
That's Andrew.
That's
It's
Andrew.
like a Red Dead Redemption character.
Yo, why don't nigga look like he was like
He looking rough.
a wormhole?
Hi, Andrew. I'm showing them my favorite picture of you.
He looks like a
I'm not
plumber.
gonna lie, you
He looks.
like he does.
Hey, not
Like a-
Andrew. That's my Mobile Legends buddy.
Like he drive like one of the pickup trucks, the old ass pickup trucks with only 2 doors in it.
He looked like he did all the coding for.
This is the background for
whatever
He
game.
For
did that well.
Andrew's
He did
show.
that coding.
Wait, but I'm not gonna lie, Andrew, why the hell you look like
He looked like Where's Waldo / Shaggy. That picture.
Oh, this is the realistic background for the Andrew show.
Not the
Oh.
holding
Dark
him.
circles behind his eyes is crazy. Who did that? Who did that?
This is great. I love this one.
Because I'm awake. Listen.
The account coming in with this saying Tina's loaded sock is crazy.
Bella, follow.
Like, it's what?
I hold late night crash lives in this.
Bella, you should follow that account.
No,
Why?
because I don't want to.
Follow it.
Why not?
Oh my
Uh-oh.
god.
Is that you, Tony?
No, but serious question. Serious question.
Maybe.
Oh, no. Serious
Hold on,
question.
Phoenix.
No,
I got it.
Tony,
Oh,
answer
sorry,
the
you're not
question.
Phoenix. Poison.
No,
I got a
Tony,
serious question.
Answer the question, Tony.
Did you just
said
call
something in the
Poison
chat.
Phoenix?
You said something in the chat that triggered Wawa, Tony, about the Constitution. I'm going to do my constitutional duty as a dutier. Whatever that was about.
Okay, you do the duty of the duty. But while you do that, I need y'all to really answer my question. If I was to really call ice on that beach, would I be really wrong?
Nope.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
But let's see the morality. If she's an evil person, would that be messed up?
Yes.
I am choosing not to respond to that question on live.
Not Bella saying keep the baby talk to yourself.
Shut the fuck up, Tony.
I will let y'all sit and ponder on that question.
Tony, you still got that flag?
Which one? The Confederate one or the Pride one?
The fact that he has both those flags at the same time is hilarious to me.
Yeah, Tony,
I
express
don't
yourself.
have. I really don't have a pride flag.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not surprised.
You probably have it as a G-strap again.
Oh,
Remember, you was wearing a thong.
I'm glad Poison asked that question though, because you said that we would table my initial question like last week until you were not going out and imbibing alcohol, but you're here now. Why do you have a Confederate
Wait, what?
flag?
Oh, wait.
Damn, a last week
I don't
question?
remember.
Yeah,
I don't remember
What is
that.
this? Tonight, last week?
How you don't remember it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember, and I'm 3 shots in right now, so it's not.
Liar.
You a goddamn lie.
I haven't drank yet. Damn it.
Yeah, this is the moment.
Why?
Correct. Why?
Tony, say why not?
Right.
End all this shit.
Oh, look at on birthday. Speaking
Why
of
not?
Because the Confederates were terrible. So why do you have it?
Were they?
They were absolutely terrible, Tony.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You know.
So since I answered your question as to why not, why do you?
Because I want one.
Yeah, just tell me like the color scheme and shit, bro. That's what it seemed like you trying to say.
You know what? The both of you are about to have a rude awakening in the times to come. I mean, you're laughing at it now, but like,
I just don't understand why Unbirthday wants to troll right now when we're asking a serious question.
Who's coming?
Oh, this is serious? I'm gonna go on mute.
Why would I be asking Tony this question
Who's
if
coming?
I wasn't
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute.
Tammy, you're not focusing. I mean, you're not processing in my box. Your ball.
I mean, it's fine if you want to say you just have it because you have it, but I feel like it symbolizes something very specific to a bunch of different communities. So, I don't know. Was there like a historical reason? Was there...
Why can't I just have the flag because I wanted the flag?
but why do you want it? Why did you seek out to purchase it?
Why does it matter? It was
Because
gifted
I'm
to me.
curious
It
and
was
you
gifted to
display
me.
it
I
on the
wanted
internet? Like what?
I wanted it. It means Southern pride. I loved it. I like
You're
it.
from New York City.
No, the fuck. You know what?
So there's a couple things like the wanting it part. Like I don't care about that. If you want it, you want it. That's fine. But like the Southern pride, do you know what kind of Southern pride they're talking about when they say that they have Southern pride with the Confederate flag?
I know the kind of Southern pride you think comes with that flag, but promise you it's not.
Okay, so why don't you describe to me what Southern pride means to you?
Being proud of being from the South. I mean,
You're from New York City. What are you talking about?
I was born in Texas. I have Texas roots. I have Southern roots, so I'm a Southern guy.
But like Texas has its own flag. If you wanted to like show Southern Texas support, why didn't you just use the state Texas flag?
Well, considering the fact that I don't live in Texas, but I am living in the South, what is
The Confederacy doesn't exist, and you weren't living in the South originally.
So it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Okay.
It really does matter.
It really doesn't.
I've never in my life been so confused by
Oh my God, Ren. Well, you're always confused every day, Ren.
Tony. Shut up, Tony. You're just a
Can I ask
moron.
Tony? Can I ask Tony a question, if I may?
Mister, I'm from New York, but you want Southern. You gotta
If Ren will let you, because unfortunately she doesn't know how to.
I didn't know that I was done, but okay.
Oh well, okay. I'll go on mute.
She'll
And I'll wait
just center the
No, go for it.
conversation about herself. That's all she'll do. So.
Do you want me to get
Ben, are you finished?
No,
Ben,
I would love
I'll
to
go on
speak to Rio. I'd like to.
but no, I'm
answer
not gonna speak unless Ren is done speaking.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. Well, Tony, no, okay. I do have a question for you because I caught the live earlier. And you said you took an oath to defend the Constitution. Is that why you joined the military?
Oh my goodness! I'm not talking about.
No,
why-
it's just a question.
I'm not going to talk right now about why I joined the military. I'm just not.
But no, I mean, you'll answer a question about the Confederate flag, but you won't answer a question with something that me and you have in common.
I don't want to talk about my military service, please.
I'm not asking about your service. I'm just asking you, is that why you joined? I'm not asking what'd you do. What was your MOS or what was your rate? I'm not asking you none of that stuff.
What difference does it make why I joined? We took the same oath. It
Before
doesn't-
you
regardless
before
of the
Rio goes, I
reason-
just want to throw
regardless
out that
of the
like
reason why
if
we
you
joined.
if you were in the chat engaging in conversation with us and you say something, then that means that you want to have a conversation about it. If you're now saying that you don't want to talk about it, then that's fine. But like if Rio was here and he saw that you were responding to the things that we were saying in the chat and he has a question about it, I don't think that that's weird to ask.
I
don't think that he's like trying to dig into like your history about what you did in the military.
No, not. I'm just saying, how can you? My whole thing was, how could you sit there and say? And I took the same oath, but I did it out of necessity, not out of love for country. But I'm like, if you when you said, "Oh, I did it for the oath of the Constitution," because to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. If that's what you really believed, how can you, somebody who's black, follow the Constitution when then it's still in there that we're not even a whole person? We're still 3/5 of a person.
Can you show me where it says that currently?
It still says it in there.
No, it does not.
Okay, well, the burden of proof's on you then. Be the Constitution in front of me, nor am I going to look it up.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, but is there an amendment to that, to the 3/5? Is there an amendment to it?
there's nothing that talks about the 3/5 in the
Then
Constitution.
what was the point of the 3/5 compromise if there wasn't in the
The
Constitution?
3/5 compromise was all about power in the South and in the North, and it was a stupid deal done because the North knew that the South had more slaves and more which were considered people, humans under the Constitution. So by definition, they were
Under the what? Under the what?
Under the Constitution,
Under the what?
the definition.
Okay, so
they
okay,
were
so-
considered humans. So before the 3/5 compromise became a thing, it was a deal made that for every 3/5 of a slave, we will consider that one vote.
So what does that mean?
Okay, so wait,
That had
hold on,
nothing
Ren,
to do.
hold
That
on one
had
second.
nothing. That did not change the definition of what a human was, or
but
what
Tony,
a slave was.
but hold on,
All
man.
it did was change. You asked me a question, and
I was talking to
Rio, let me know when you're done because I want to jump on this too.
Because no, all I wanted to say was, Tony, like you said, where is that in the Constitution? It's not in the Constitution. And 2 seconds later, you said, under the Constitution, this is what it says.
Under the Constitution, it never said 3/5 of a person in the Constitution. It never said that.
But why would you say under the Constitution if it didn't say that? You
What
contradicted
I
yourself.
said, no, I did not. What I said was, under the Constitution, slaves were considered humans. By definition, they were considered humans. So before this whole 3/5 shit became a quote unquote thing, Slaves were already considered humans under the Constitution. It wasn't until the North and the South came up with this stupid fucking deal, which actually did nothing really for the South, and probably the reason why they lost the Confederacy at the end of the day. But at the time, they said for every 3/5 of a slave, we will count that as one vote, not one person, one vote.
So that's basically you're saying what I'm saying. It's 3/5 of a person. They're not considered one person.
How is a vote and a person the same thing?
Because I'm not 3/5 of a person. I'm one whole person.
Okay, but again, it never changed the definition of what you were under the Constitution. You still were a human being back then. You still were a human under the Constitution.
Okay, observer.
Can you do me a
Observer,
favor
go ahead.
and point
Go
out
ahead,
to me where in the Constitution it defined a black person as a slave, as a human being?
I'm not doing the slave talk thing.
No, but I think
because
that
there were
we're.
white slaves, there were Hispanic slaves, there were Asian slaves.
Where were there white slaves in the United States?
We're not doing. There were slaves all over. There were slaves all over.
Where were there white slaves in the United States?
All over the United States.
Where?
In the South, in the North, they were here.
Okay, so like I'm not even trying to be funny, but can you point me to a reference that says that there were white slaves in the United States?
Oh my God, I can definitely Google a book. I promise you I can, but I don't have a book right here in front of me.
Okay, so I'll remind you again when you're by your computer, just so you can find me a reference where there were white slaves in the United States, because I think that you're incorrect with that. I think that, like, in general, people who don't look into history and think that indentured servitude is the same as slavery are incorrect. I also think that, like, your understanding of what is defined as human under the quote unquote Constitution is also incorrect. We were very much dehumanized. The only reason there was a 3/4 compromise is because the South wanted more representation in government, but they did not want us to have rights as citizens because we were slaves.
If they wanted more representation in government, then why would they say 3/5 of a slave when they had the most? They had more
3/5 of a person that did not count as a citizen, but was still a body.
Then what sense would that make if I'm in the South? If I'm in the South and I know that I have, by numbers, I have the more people here in the South than I do in the North, and I want power, why would I then sit here and just, let me just come up with this here in the South? The North came up with the fucking idea. It was a stupid idea because, again, the South didn't even gain power from the 3/5 compromise. They lost more power. So the South didn't even gain anything by doing it.
Are you a Democrat?
Tony,
article is happening right now.
So two things.
Can I ask one question? Tony, are you a Democrat? Hold on. Sleepy.
No, don't tell me to hold on because you're responding to me. If you want to go after me, then you can. But we're not going to do this whole over talking thing.
Okay, Tony.
Thank you so much. I'm almost done. So again, like I said before you tried to twist it into a narrative that it wasn't 3/5 compromise, the fact that slaves weren't citizens, that they did not have the right to vote, but they were still bodies on land. The South wanted power. They wanted representation. The North knew that they could not give the South all of those bodies because it would mean more power in the South. That I agree with. But the Constitution does not define a slave as a human being, nor does it give it any rights. That the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments gave black enslaved people rights as citizens. There's no definition of humanity for slaves in the Constitution, so that's incorrect. I think that in general, when people say that they have Southern pride and they flash the Confederate flag, they have this idea that the South was for states' rights, that they were there to fight for the individual rights of states and not for a big government, and that's woefully incorrect. They wanted power, they wanted money, and they did not like the fact that they could not own people anymore. And that's all that flag represents. It's a Confederacy that lost. It was a rebellion against our government. And the fact that people still hang on to it kind of like invalidates and erases all the history, especially with enslaved people. So when you say that you have Southern pride, you can literally have Southern pride with a Southern states flag. You don't need the Confederate flag. You don't need the rebel flag. You don't need any of the flags that the Confederacy used to secede from the fucking Union. And I think it's easy to have a conversation about this and not get defensive, unless you know that you like have something that people look down upon. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing if you say that you are a history buff, and it's one thing if you say that like you like the colors and all that. Like that's fine. But there is an implicit message that goes along with having that flag. And you as a black person, you have to know that we were going to ask questions about it, regardless of whether or not you feel like it means what we say it means. I'm sorry, Ren, you can go now.
Yes, I'll go after Ren. Go ahead.
I just want to say, God damn. You pulled my muffin cap back blue. I don't even know what the, damn. If you don't know what he was talking about, then you're yeah. So, are you a Democrat, Tony?
Why does that matter?
I'm just asking. Are you like a Democrat or are you a Republican?
I'm neither.
Okay. Do you align more with conservative values or liberal?
I'm probably more conservative than anything.
Gotcha. So you like the Confederacy was the Democrats, right? Did y'all say that? Y'all always say like the Democrats were the Confederates, they want to keep the slaves, all this and all that, but then yet you are more aligned with them, but you're a Republican.
I never said I was Republican.
I mean, not Republican, conservative.
Okay. So what's your
So
point?
I'm just curious as to why so many conservative / Republicans love the Democrat Confederacy and their flag.
I'm pretty sure.
But yet want to sit here and act like they're the party of Lincoln, huh?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't called the Democrat Confederacy flag.
I know that. I'm just saying they were Democrats though.
Okay, so you can't just make up a name and put it on a flag.
I just wanted to say that because you said conservative. You said, remember you said conservative? Remember you said you were more conservative? Remember?
Ignorance then. Okay, cool.
No, you just said you were more conservative.
Okay, how are you? I'm done with you. Bye. Rio, what's up?
Why? Wait, whoa. Why you have that smoke for her? What'd she do to you?
Just to clarify, the Democrats were the Southern Party. It's where the Confederacy ended up when they came back into the Union, and then the party switch happened. I think it's the 1960s.
We're gonna party switch in the party.
I just got two quick things.
Party switch.
Tony, Article 1.
You can go every other.
Okay. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution specifically talks about how people of African descent that are considered slaves, or not even considered slaves, are considered 3/5 of a person. It is yet to be amended. It's still in there. And also, you're on the wrong side of history as well, because that flag that you have, that's not actually the Confederate flag of the Confederacy. That's just a rebel flag that some of the soldiers carried around. The actual flag of the Confederacy has a white back. The actual flag of the Confederacy has a white black background with a red X in the middle of it. But yes, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution. It will tell you wanted me to show you. I gave you the article, the section, and the clause. Feel free to look it up.
I want to point out Rio is a liar because he said he was not going to look it up, and then he dropped receipts. So,
Yeah, how dare you, sir?
I want to point out as well, Indica is also a liar and delusional because he says the world is flat, but it's really not.
Flat.
Tony, I think you should just tap out of this one, my boy.
And I think you should just kiss my ass, but you know.
Okay.
Oh my God, Tony, what's going on?
Why are you disrespecting
you know his reality is breaking right now. This is like the wake up moment. Like his.
I'm here to hold your hand, baby. I'm here to hold your.
How is my reality breaking?
Because you realized that your entire life you were waving a flag that didn't mean what you meant.
No, actually, I'm fine. I would wave it
like along those lines.
He's gonna still wave it. He's one of those.
Realizing that being a black man waving a Confederate flag is silly.
You honestly think that I'm going to let a conversation amongst
Look at his background. Look at his profile picture.
From
He's a
waving
joke.
and being proud of my flag? Like, what difference does it make?
I mean, it doesn't matter if you have the flag per se. I just think it matters the motivations you have for it. Like you saying that it represents Southern pride when it doesn't represent Southern pride for like the majority of the United States, except for those people that really like the Confederacy. Like that doesn't compute to me.
You know what I mean? Like there are other ways to show that you have Southern pride. There are other pieces of our culture, of Black culture, that don't intersect with white people that enslaved us, that you can hold on to, that wouldn't have the same kind of effect.
Why would you want to have that a part of you?
Plenty of people, and you know what? Ren, men are speaking. Men are speaking, Ren. So you
There's
shut
the
up.
misogyny.
Men?
Oh wow!
Men are speaking, Ren.
That's what the real issue is.
So again,
yeah. Well, just real quick,
You
Tony.
have
Just
no-
because like she's a woman and you feel like you're superior for whatever reason, you realize you're still a black man in America, so you're not at the very top of the hierarchy.
He doesn't believe in race.
And your misogyny is showing once again.
That was crazy though.
Yeah, she's had the least amount of energy for you.
I was trying to be sincere actually, and to ask like, why would you want to represent that as a part of you when our ancestors were literally tortured by people flying that thing?
I mean, if it was such a
and
sure about you guys, but my
ancestors, yes.
I'm not sure about you guys, but my ancestors, me personally, sorry, no slaves in my ancestry. Sorry.
So you think
Does that mean you don't have to have empathy
you
for
think
the-
you're
for
like the
black people?
exception, right? You
don't have
didn't go through that trauma. Your family history didn't go through that trauma, but you can't
That's
recognize
not-
that you are part of that entire race that went through that trauma.
I'm not
right?
the only race that I'm a part of is the human race. That's
Right.
it.
Well, you can believe that, right? But we can agree that a race is a societal construct, right? That everybody is participating in. So even if you say I don't believe it, if you go outside and say I don't believe the sky's blue, it's still blue, right? Because society as a whole has agreed that that is what it is. Correct?
Well, considering the fact.
So when a cop pulls you over, if he profiles you, he's gonna be like, yeah, I got me a human here. No, he's
Just gonna say I identify as human, not black.
You got a 6-foot human.
You think that's gonna work?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is it because that your ancestors weren't enslaved that you feel like the flag means something different to you and it means Southern pride?
I felt this way even before I found this out.
But yeah,
because that's the way that white people think when they have the flag. Is that like it represents their culture and their history.
That's even wilder.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done
all
talking.
the black people in Macon, Georgia, and Savannah, and all parts of southern Georgia, I guess they're just all just brainwashed. We're all just brainwashed.
100%.
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Oh God, wow, a whole city just brainwashed.
Yes.
Whole city of smart.
Do you know who the Daughters of Confederacy are?
Oh, I was just about to say that.
Actually, I don't. Who are they?
It was this like Southern group of white women that went around advocating for the changing of history to make the South look a little less evil,
We wrote history books.
and to soften up the actual effects of slavery on Black people, on our culture, and on the effects of our government. And so,
this
like,
recent
go ahead.
history? Is this recent history?
Yeah, they
I mean,
did 19th century.
I mean, it happened in antebellum, like right
Yeah,
after
they literally wrote the history books
after
of the
they
South.
Right.
After they abolished slavery, they went around and started like indoctrinating folks into their version of history.
Hey, Sleepy, what's that group called? What's that group called of women now that is because they're like the modern day.
It's actually funny when I Google.
You know what I'm talking about, Sleepy?
Yeah, I do. It'll come to me in a second. Give me a second.
what's his name?
Rio.
But they're doing a lot of the library book bans. They're
Yes,
getting onto
yes.
school boards. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What's they
Rio.
called?
It's
Mother.
kind of funny, Rio, because
no.
when I Google are black people considered 3/5 of a person, it definitely just says no.
He literally told you what article?
Daughters of Liberty?
It literally says
Is it
no.
Mothers of Liberty or Daughters of Liberty? One of the
More
two.
stuff on it.
Hold
I'm
on.
looking
Let
up
me-
more stuff on
let
it.
me grab my iPad.
Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, suppress Article 1, Section 2,
Mom's
and
against
explicitly repealed the compromise. So, and then I'm looking up what does the Constitution say about black people. The Constitution originally did not explicitly mention blacks or African Americans.
Yeah,
but
Ren, it is Moms for Liberty. Sorry.
like persons and citizens. The 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment significantly impacted the rights and status of formerly enslaved people. Notice they said people, not black people. People meaning that there were multiple
Well,
types of
why would you
people
have to?
that
Why
were
would you have to say black
enslaved.
people when the only people enslaved were black people?
No, that's not true. That's not true. There were plenty of other slaves.
Oh my God.
Here in America. So
I will say that indigenous people were enslaved. They just didn't make good slaves. I'm using air quotes. And it has to do with the idea that this was their land. They knew the area. It was hard to force them to work a land when they could easily just escape and go live off of it. Versus African slaves that were brought over here from Africa. This was not our land. We did not speak the language. We didn't have cultural ties. It was a lot easier to keep us enslaved in locations.
Because we had nowhere to go.
Exactly. But that description does not include white people. It doesn't include Irish people. It doesn't include Asian
have
people.
you guys ever been on a ship before? Have you guys ever taken a Rio? I mean, you definitely know this. How long, Rio, would you say it would take to get from Virginia to Africa?
Virginia to Africa?
Yeah.
Shit, flying probably about 55
No,
hours.
I'm talking about on a ship.
On a ship?
Yeah, on a ship.
Yeah. Probably, I don't know, without stopping, probably about a month and a half, maybe.
So now this is just me. As a business person,
know that they was going on long voyages, so I'm confused.
So me as someone, a business person, right? I'm a slave owner. I want slaves. You mean to tell me that I'm going to wait a whole month? I'm going to invest money a whole month and wait for some slaves to come over, and then I pay for. I'm just throwing a number out there. I pay for 200 slaves, and only 150 are coming back. And then we have the crew of the ship. The crew has to eat. We have all this stuff. So you mean to tell me I'm waiting a whole month and paying all this money?
If you're trying to get to the point that it's not profitable to have slaves, you are silly.
Well,
and they actually bred the black people that were here.
It doesn't seem profitable.
They didn't have to go get them.
No, let me counter that. Tony, let me counter that right quick. What does that have to do with Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution? Where black people still 3/5 of a person?
It says it's not true. So again, it says not true. Black
Tony, I think you should educate yourself and look at the conditions on which we were shipped over here. I think you really need to look into that. We have a reality check.
Maybe you guys.
Yeah, and before I respond to what you said, Tony, can I ask what was the point of bringing up the profitability of owning slaves?
The point is that this whole slave trade, this whole slave back to Africa every damn day, blah blah blah. That's a bunch of bullshit. It is what I'm saying.
So are you saying that the slave trade wasn't real?
I did not say that.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying that the majority of people that are here, like black people, quote unquote, that are here, y'all do not have African descendants.
You said we're already here.
Descendants.
Tony
related to the actual slave trade. So I actually have family descendants from Africa.
Yeah, well, that's not. He's not. But he's not saying that everybody is not. He's saying that the majority are not. So, even if you are, that's not invalidating this point. What is the name of that group of black people that thinks that black people are indigenous to the United States? I just smoked in my mind.
FBA.
FBA.
Can I get big box, please?
Are you an FBA?
Because baby, I've been thinking FBA for a long time.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Passion. Thank you, Miss Passion. They was eluding me. I smoke too much. Are you FBA? Tony, do you believe that black people are indigenous to the United States of America?
I do believe we are too, though.
Hey, can somebody read that? It's too small.
Hold on. I just need. I will in a second, Rio. I just need to answer my question.
Yeah, no problem.
Tony, do you believe that black people are indigenous to the United States of America?
I don't believe in black people or white people. I just believe.
Just humor me and use the colloquial term for people that look like you and me. Okay. Do you believe that people that look like you and me, black people, are indigenous to the United States?
I think all people are if you're born here in America and you're from here, you are indigenous to
the... You don't believe in color, but you literally just said white people were slaves.
That's not how indigenous works. You know that, right? The majority of people that live in the United States of America are immigrants. They come from somewhere else. I'm asking you if, in addition to the indigenous people that lived here for thousands of years, if you think that black people are also indigenous to the United States of America.
I think not just quote unquote blacks, but multiple.
Have you been smoking crack?
Okay, so Tony, okay, this is
Probably the
even worth it
same-
anymore.
the same batch that you-
Okay, Rio, this says, oh, where are my glasses? Although the Constitution did not refer directly to slaves, it did not ignore them entirely. Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution of the United States declared that any person who was not free would be counted as 3/5 of a free individual for the purposes of determining congressional representation. The 3/5 clause thus increased the political power of slaveholding states. It did not, however, make any attempt to ensure that the interests of slaves would be represented in the government.
So where in the world did that say black or
Oh my God!
slaves? Because again,
Who did
not
not have their
free.
freedom back then, Tony?
Even if it didn't say black, were black people slaves? Even if it didn't say black, were black people slaves? Even if it doesn't say it.
Some
Were
were,
black people-
some weren't.
Were black people slaves? Yes or
Some
no?
weren't. Some were. Some weren't.
Oh, okay, but that still means that they were, right?
And
So
just like there were,
Oh
quote unquote white slaves, there were,
that still means that they were, right?
and
so
just like there were, quote unquote white slaves, there were everyone
Yes
was
or
slaves.
no?
In the United States, Tony, he's giving you a very simple question. In the United States, were black people slaves?
Some were slaves,
So
and some
that's a
were
yes.
not.
So that's a yes. So
Yes
you don't have
and
to-
no, because there were some that
my
weren't.
God, bro,
There
you
were
don't
some that
have-
weren't.
But,
There were more that was.
Bro, if
No.
there's some that was, that means that there were slaves. You don't have to say the word black, because if you understand that some black people were slaves, this applies to them.
Then that means that some white people were slaves too, and that applies to them too.
Tony, you would have to show us in the United States any evidence or records of white people being slaves.
First.
Like, you can't, like, you're not going to find anything. Like, I'm so sorry.
At all.
Actually,
And then, and this next question is not meant to be insulting. I just want to know: did you go to college?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you take any history classes?
Nope, that wasn't my study.
Okay. So, like, this is the other thing that I'll say related to the Daughters of Confederacy and just like history and what we learn in high school in general. It is very geared toward a very specific message that's always going to be pro-America and pro the United States. It is not going to look at the negative, the atrocities, like the actual nitty gritty of slavery and how it impacted our people and how it impacts like various groups across the United States.
and 18th century.
When we say that's quote
In the
unquote
17th and 18th century.
I mean, it's
over
indoctrination for sure. I
300
would definitely say whitewashing though.
In the
Like that's
17th and 18th centuries, over 300,000 white people were shipped to America as slaves. This include those who were transported via the Barbary Coast slave trade or other forms of slavery, which bring the total as high as 1.25 million, according to state news.
Do you
article.
understand the difference in the types of slavery that it was?
no,
Again,
it's not.
it's
No, but Indica, it's not
were
even. It's not even that. What's the reference for
Again,
this?
slaves. There
He
were
said
white
news article.
slaves.
He said a news
White
article.
slaves.
What's the reference, Tony? What's the
White
reference?
slaves in America. There were definitely white slaves here in America. So again,
Tony, what was the reference that you were reading from?
reference. All I did, I just Googled and then just went down. just
AI.
looked at random stuff.
Yeah. So before we go any further, when you pick up references, you can't just go with the first thing that you see or a
No,
news
I'm
article,
not.
quote unquote.
I'm going down.
Do you know what
I'm down,
I understand. I understand. Do you know what a primary source is?
I understand that what a primary source is, and again,
What is a primary source?
I'm not doing this with you. I'm really
Well, I
not.
just want to be sure that you understand what we're talking about. Because like a news article is not is you should be using that as a reference.
Yes.
You should only be using references that you can look back and source that have been researched either by an academic institution Some of the metrics that we get from the government, those are okay. But like things like ABC News, Fox News, any of these random .coms, you can't really trust the data that they're using unless you actually go into where they get the data from. Does that make sense?
Oh, that's funny. NPR.org, America's First White Slaves, NPR.org.
So you didn't listen to anything Observant said, or you just like not acknowledging what's going on?
I think he's just like, I think he just doesn't comprehend.
White slavery in America, Iron Bark Resources.
You know they were never slaves here, right?
So that's funny because I just read where they
I don't
were.
care what you just read. You want to know? I'll just give you a reason why that they couldn't be in the fields as slaves. Let me just go give you a little.
Is it because of the sun? Is it because
Let me give you a
the sun
little bit of
damages their
insight.
He always
skin?
got this attitude.
Hold on, let me give you a
whenever
little bit of
Lynn
insight,
starts
okay?
talking.
Well, I mean, that is true.
Irish people are exceptionally pale.
Oh my
I
god!
don't know why. They just
Man, can you
notoriously
stop?
are.
Can you
So
stop?
they wouldn't last an hour in the sun.
Ren, can you stop?
Whereas black
That's
people,
why Irish people were slaves too.
they were never slaves.
Yes,
They were
they were.
overseers. They were the overseers, my guy.
No, they were not.
They were the ones whipping black people.
Ooh, by faith.org, the forgotten white slaves and the ignored history of slavery.
I just read this article that Bigfoot is real, so I'm gonna go into the woods and find him.
Well,
Please, do you find them?
I'm just giving you a .org website.
Nah, I already fucked
about
up
this
Sasquatch.
stuff.
You ain't gonna find him no more.
So I'm just saying.
For somebody who doesn't believe in race, you're sure using a lot of descriptors.
That's what I just said. I just said that like he's
Funny,
keep saying white people were slaves, but they're not.
By
There's no-
faith.org. You guys can look it up right now. By faith.org. 1.25
We have no faith in you, Tony. We have
million
no
white
faith.
slaves were shipped to North America. Wow, that's wild.
So can I ask you another question? Why would you go to faith.org for
Again, I'm going down the list of articles. There's also one tile.lock.gov, white slaves.
You just read him like the headlines.
If I send you like a YouTube video on media literacy, will you promise to like watch it and then we can revisit this conversation?
I mean, what are we going to read?
homework, Tony.
You guys why don't you guys do homework of white slavery in America? How
No,
about
I have. But Tony, I
then
have.
it happened then.
This
Then you
is
admit that
no,
it
but
happened then.
no,
Then you know
it
that it
actually
happened,
did
right?
not happen. This is
Wow,
a
so
tactic that white people use in
So
conservative
is this
spaces to invalidate arguments about
white
race
people would
and
never
enslavement
say
and the
that's
effects of
valid
it.
to me.
Which is why I know that like, and I'm not meaning to be mean, but I just don't think that you've read up on this at all. And you're taking things that you've been told and you haven't looked into it.
This nigga's reading the motherfucking title and not reading the whole article. And I'm sorry to say
He's
this,
just reading
but you can't
headlines.
just read the title
But
and
it talks
get it.
about white slavery, though. It talks about something that you guys said did not happen, and it's in the title, white slavery in
Yes.
America.
Do you?
So how can you sit here and say that that there were no white slaves? But here I am, just googling stuff.
Why do you keep
People
it
had
so
to have
hard
this.
for white people?
Hold on, Rio. It's
stop.
because people, Tony. It's
Stop.
because people have had to have this conversation here and do
my
what,
shit
Tony?
doesn't matter.
Educate
I never read it. I'm
wake you
just
the
reading
fuck up to
headline.
what's going on
But the
around
headline
you.
literally
Not gonna do
clearly
that.
states
So I don't
white
think that we
slavery
need.
in America. I
So
don't
I
fucking
don't.
understand this shit.
Yeah. So I don't think that
Like,
we
just
need to get
accept
to
it. There
a
were white slaves in America. Just accept it.
Tony. I don't think that we need to get to a point where we're like shouting at each other. I just think that I'm going to send you the video about media literacy. It's going to go into not just reading the headlines and not reading the article, but looking at the people that wrote the article, looking at the people that funded the actual research, looking
Okay, so
at the
let's
basic
believe
research.
everything
Stop talking while I'm talking.
No,
Because otherwise you can't hear what I'm saying, Tony. You cannot hear what I'm saying and respond to my full thought if you are interrupting me. And I am not trying to be rude. I've been very, very fair to you in this conversation. It's not that hard. I truly believe that you just need to sit down and really think about media literacy and then look at some actual books related to the topic. I do not think that a Google search and taking the top headlines from that search is going to give you the information you need to either prove or disprove your point. I can tell you wholeheartedly that faith.org is not going to give you a full accounting of what slavery looked like in the United States of America. I can almost guarantee you. I can guarantee you that every subject matter expert in history is going to tell you that there was no white fucking slavery. Not in the United States.
Sure as hell gave me
There were indentured servants. They came here under some pretty strict contracts. They were abused in certain ways, but they were not enslaved. They were not enslaved at all. They did not have the same plight as as black people that were enslaved. They did not. 100% they did not.
Chaos is up here for something.
Okay, it's
All
up
right.
here, y'all. She about to cuss me out. I know.
No. I mean, I guess the question is just moot because you've heard of Harriet Tubman. Oh, he went on Decode.
Bake.
You said Harriet Tubman, baby. What happened?
What?
Yeah, I mean, we have historical context and stories of famous black people who were enslaved. I want Tony to find a famous white person who was enslaved in America.
Famous.
Yeah, somebody that had a book written about him. Somebody who went through the
Atrocities.
The atrocities, right? Like there has to be a book on this white slave. Like there are books on Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, somebody, Tony. If there were white slaves, like give us one. Just one.
To be devil's advocate, maybe they weren't like popular or famous as you put it. Maybe they were just slaves and died.
If there were white slaves, then there must have been a white slave movement to get out of white slavery. Like, what do you mean?
Well, we know white people are like lazy.
White people would be totally proud of that, right? So why didn't they write any books about these, famous white slaves that, combated slavery?
All right.
Like Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Sojourn, I don't remember the last name. There's got to be somebody, right?
Well, you let me know when you find him, Chaos.
That's Tony and birthday's homework.
Yeah, so Tony, I found like a 12 course media literacy like module, but you only need, for this conversation at least, you only need 2 of the courses, and they're both about media literacy and history.
You pass with a C+ or better, Tony.
Honey baby, can you mute?
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Thank you. Yeah, you only need to take, I would advise that you like go through all the courses because it would definitely help just in general for consuming information on the internet. But for this conversation, you only needed 2 courses about media literacy and history. And it'll teach you like what to look for, how to dissect the articles, and then how to look at the articles and the people who wrote the articles to see if it's like something valid that you should incorporate into any argument that you're having.
Cascade said he wanted to come out.
He's here. Are you really? Really? October?
Well, I know you like to be shady, and so I had to.
He's up in the. You know what?
Can I say
Okay.
something to Tony? So
Wait.
Tony,
Can I finish?
I don't. Oh, go ahead. Whoever didn't finish. I'm sorry.
Y'all can't hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. No, I was just saying to add to Chaos' point, I think those people would be in history books because we all know about George Washington, Abe Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, the quote-unquote forefathers. So I think that if these people do exist, they absolutely would be in the history books because white people have made sure that their people are always in books, which is why they actually glorify the people who have done these atrocious acts that haven't done in history, which is why those people were said to be quote unquote great men.
That would be the fucking that would be a golden book that the Daughters of the Confederacy wrote about that motherfucker.
Right. So so Tony, what white slave is in the history books that liberated their community, their people?
Or had to, and right laws to protect them. And to add to that, Tony, I don't know where you get your info from, but the Europeans, they were the most atrocious, barbaric group of people. They in prison when their own people was in prison. and they saw how, okay, why the black people or why the N words not doing as much work or working as much as we are. They didn't want to do that hard labor because they were indentured servitude, right? They committed crimes, they were put in jail. So they had the bright idea to go to the people that was over the jail and said, why aren't we working so hard? So they in turn let them go, released them from prison, and they gave them, yeah, y'all can go and enslave these and let them do the work. So you need to really do what they're telling you and go and read and do some more research to figure out, or so you would know that they were never white tea slave people. They were only slave owners. My mother is still here with me. My mom was born on a plantation, right? So yeah, that's all I knew when I was growing up. So where you getting this white tea people were slaves, that is so false. I implore you to actually go read the Bacon Rebellion, go and read how this race started, and just do the research on your own people and stop saying that they were white tea slaves. They were never slaves. Indentured servants, yeah, until they had the bright idea again that, hey, while we working so hard, while we doing all this hard labor, let them do it. And that's how some of this stuff started. And also go and look up the Willie Lynch readings as well, because people keep thinking that he's not a real person. Yes, he was a real person.
Try not to confuse white slaves with abolitionists, because we know what happened to the white abolitionists too, by the way. Don't mix those up.
I don't think anybody was going to mix abolitionists up with white slaves.
Oh no, I mean Tony might, you know.
And the documentary stamped from the beginning. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. And that also explains to you about the Bacon's Rebellion and the Virginia law.
Yeah, it goes into detail about the Bacon. Yeah.
Yeah. The documentary is going to open your eyes that much more.
And I'm just gonna reply to Wawa's comment earlier in the chat. This very much relates to our earlier conversation, Bold, about how we convey the message to people and how we teach people about this, and whether or not they're open to receiving it. You know, because I don't know, we're sprinting headlong into fascism, and part of that is just people are not educated in where our country has been and where we're going.
And I'm in the South. And yeah, the Confederate flag does not mean Southern pride over in this neighborhood at all. I've never had that flag is not welcome in this motherfucking house.
Yeah, the flag was actually made and to be flown to show a force of them saying, hey, don't forget who we are. It was a scare tactic. It was not for what Bo just said. I'm not by my phone, so I'm going to mute until I go back so I can tell you what that flag meant.
It's literally just like hey, just a reminder, there's still ignorant bastards out here. That's the way I view it. There are still people that have hate in their heart that wish to go back to the old ways.
I think that if you're going to fly that flag, you should look at the other people that are flying that flag and not just the quote unquote black people from Macon, Georgia. I think you should look at the white people flying that flag and see if you have anything in common with them. Because I guarantee you don't.
Well, the black
other than the black people, and see what you have in common with them.
Oh, I definitely have commonality with the quote unquote white people that fly the flag. I have plenty of friends that do it.
Tony, on your birthday, your friends was calling you nigga.
Those friends?
Those friends?
Y'all took that way out of context. He was literally mocking me. He was joking the way I said it. He wasn't sitting there calling me that in any derogatory term.
Wait a damn minute. Hold on. What?
Out with that.
It's on my YouTube page if you want to see it, October.
Wait, Tony, you can't, Tony.
I sat there and literally the way I said nigga, it was funny the way I said it, and then he was just mocking me like a friend would just mock you the way you say something, like, you know, like if I said a word wrong or something, or like, you know, the way I said,
that's not how that goes.
Tony, you were absolutely embarrassed when it happened.
Well, yeah, because of the fact he did
Yeah, and the
it in front
camera
of
went out.
y'all.
Why were
He
you
did it in
embarrassed?
front of y'all because of the fact that he did it in front of y'all, and I know
Because he
how
did
y'all
it in
would
front of
take
a
it.
bunch of black people.
Because I know how
So,
y'all would take it. Y'all
so
would take
you
it
would say,
the way that I knew how it was going to be perceived and taken, which is why I was embarrassed by
due to the historical context, correct? I like history of white people saying the N word, right?
So you think we would have been wrong in how we perceived it? Is that what you're saying?
I think that the way you guys perceived it was wrong out of context. Again, he did not do it in any malicious or derogatory.
He didn't mean it at all.
And he doesn't even
He
use
still
the
said
word.
Nobody
That
come out
at
here.
all,
Oh, damn,
though.
music on.
Use the word. So again, like it's like, yo, chill out, relax. Like, you know, he was just mocking me because we were
Tony.
joking, having
He was
fun.
most
Tony.
certainly mocking you.
Tony.
Yeah.
Big of a deal.
Tony, in one context, is it okay for a white person to say nigga?
Yo, if they say it in a derogatory term, it's fucked up. But again, like, it's just a word. I don't get caught up on words. I don't give a shit. And also, there are not, at least the white people that I know, are not just running around here just dropping the N word just willy nilly and just saying, yo, what up, my nigga? What up, my nigga? Like, I promise you that.
So is there any time where it's okay for someone to call someone the F slur?
Say again?
Is it okay? Is there ever a time where it's okay to call someone the F slur or any other slur or anything like that? Like,
no, but you know what? Most times that I've been called the F slur have been by gay people. Like, again, and it's nothing like, and we use it in a funny term. We're not using it in any derogatory term. And it's the same way, like, with me being an umpire and dealing with a lot of straight people in the locker room.
Yeah, so I think there's a difference between using a slur within a group where that slur has been historically used to oppress people versus someone outside the group using the F slur. So just to like give a little bit more context to what Joy's asking, what if a straight dude came up to you and said the F slur to you?
right. When would that be okay?
If he said it, oh well, what the fuck am I gonna do? He said it. Like what am I supposed to do? I'm either gonna fight him or walk away. That's gonna be the two options I have. That's it. I can't.
So you understand that it's wrong, then observing, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No.
So you
Agreed.
think
I'm not saying it's wrong.
You
I'm not
understand,
saying.
but you saying, "Oh, I either fight him or walk away." That shows me that you see that it's wrong, but you're making an excuse to justify walking away and not correcting it. That's what it sounds like to me.
If someone wants to come up and call me the F slur in a derogatory, disgusting ass term and without even getting to know me, I can't stop them from doing it. But and at that point, I have two options. Am I going to sit here and react because this person is ignorant and start fighting them, or am I just going to just be like, bro, you're just stupid, and just walk the fuck away and just move on with my life? I don't give a fuck with ignorant people. I don't.
Okay, so you're missing the point. You're missing Joy's point entirely. You understand that it is wrong for someone to use that slur against you as you are a part of a marginalized group, right?
Sure.
It's not sure. It's a yes or no. Like you either know that it's wrong or you don't.
I'll run with this narrative.
Yeah, you understand that it's wrong. You understand that people shouldn't be using that language. Why are you like?
But what are you going to do to stop them? We can't stop people.
Educate people. Just like we're trying to educate you about the history of enslaved people in the United States. Educate people and make sure that they know the true history and the true facts. Educate people and make sure that they know that using bigotry against marginalized and oppressed groups is not okay. Just because you would not say something to somebody, or maybe you punch them in the face, doesn't mean that I am going to carry myself in the same way.
Word. I don't care about words.
Yes, which is why that is on you as a person. If you don't care about the word, then that is on you. But I am not going to sit here and let people use slurs and not try to educate them. That's dumb.
It's not my job to educate you on what slurs.
And I'm not saying that it is. I never said that it was. I literally just said that it's on you if you do not want to address it.
But me, as a black gay man, if I hear certain forms of bigotry, I'm going to open my mouth and say something. Just
Okay,
like when we had
that's
this
what we do.
conversation and you were telling us about your views on enslaved people and how you thought that white people were enslaved, I'm going to open my mouth and say to you that that
And
is
then,
incorrect.
and it is
Whether or
not
not you
incorrect.
take the information that I am giving you and do your own research, that is on you.
But you
That's
won't research.
100% on you. But you
But you
understand
won't research if there were
implicitly.
white slaves. But you won't read.
The research has already been done, Tony. It's already been done.
No, it's not.
Indentured servitude.
It
There
has
have been
been
plenty of
done.
white slaves.
Tony, I literally.
No, Bo, you ain't got to give me showtime. You ain't got to give me showtime. I just
I
wanted
need
to make.
them to tap the screen. That's about the
Oh,
comments.
y'all tap the screen. It's 4 3 people in here. Y'all tap the screen. Share. I just wanted to make a point, Tony. Here, it is not socially acceptable to make fun of the smaller costs, right? But because we in America have made it deemable and acceptable for for white people to say the N word, it should also be the same thing, right? But what we find is that people like yourself will say that, oh, it's just a word. You're letting a word hold all this much power to you. Why can't we hold these things that are not socially acceptable nowhere else? Why can't we hold that same stance here? If it's just the word, if it's just an event, if it just happened to these people, then why do we still deem these things as socially not acceptable then, right? I think you should actually have to ask yourself that question on why certain groups get it, but we don't get it at all. So, like,
Right,
yeah.
and that was a perfect example made on what's his name show when the racist white woman was on there and he was asking her to say the N word and that black guy got mad. It's like, oh, what the fuck? You gonna allow her to say that? And if it was somebody smaller cost to say something Nazism, it'd be a fucking uproar. But
Right,
you
you'll go to jail.
Yeah.
Right.
And if
They try to minimize our feelings about everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Everything.
They don't care how
They try
black
to
people feel about
desensitize that.
everything.
Exactly.
They do not care. We could tell y'all straight up that something's offensive to us, and then white people and then other agents of white supremacy. Tony, I'm sorry, but how you're acting is like an agent of white supremacy. You are one of the non-white people that help them get their agenda across and help them get their ideologies across. That's the problem. There's the token good black people that are like, oh, it's okay for them to say nigga. It's okay for them to do this. I don't care. Da 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 da. It's not just them that helps push that. It's the black people and the non-white people that also make it okay for them to continue to be bigoted and continue to be hateful to the groups that they oppress.
Absolutely.
Can I add two things to what Georgia said, and I'll let you go, Cascade? One is that she's absolutely right because, and to add to that point, when you're okay with them saying that word, that's going to make it okay for them to go to the next step, and that's to bring harm. And as long as you keep perpetuating that rhetoric and going along with them, letting them pet you on the head saying, oh, this is a good N-word boy, they're going to keep doing it. And it's just going to strip you of your humanity as a black man, if that makes any sense.
Ain't no one pat me on no head telling me.
No, it's just in jest.
Like,
I'm just speaking.
no.
I'm not saying you personally. I'm just speaking in jest. That's all. Rhetorical. That's it. I'm agreeing with Jordan. I just wanted to add a little caveat to that. If you're being okay with them using that word, and another, this thought just came back. You know how they stop short of saying the N word when they're claiming, oh, it's in rap music? So why do most of them stop short of saying it? Because they know it's wrong, even if they're around their so-called black friends, and my fingers are in quotes. So if you're okay with them using that word, the next thing, oh yeah, he's cool or whatever, then the next step is to beginning it.
Whenever a group of people, how do I put this? What came first, like the actual acts of enslaving a group of people or the thought of them being inferior? Because I actually don't know the answer to that.
They created the system of race as a way to justify why white people were superior to everyone else who was not white. And then when things increasingly got more harmful, they use it as a way to justify.
It's almost like everything starts with, a thought and then becomes action. So whenever people are talking about, I don't know, just all the racist bullshit, right? To say nothing just allows them to find more, quote, like-minded individuals and then probably act upon it.
Yeah,
I don't understand. I don't understand this ideology of like it's just words and it's sticks and stones, but words and thought become laws on paper.
right. I want. I
No,
want.
no,
I
no.
look at it from
Oh,
I look
sorry.
at
Go
it from
ahead.
a different perspective. Like if you have the thoughts of a white supremacist, the only thing that's stopping you from actually enacting them is power. And I think that like if we gave power to a lot of these white supremacists, they would do some really fucked up shit. So why should I be intolerant of someone's ideas and the way that they speak just because they don't have the power to do anything to me in that moment? Like it's like it's
We
random.
know Trump has been a racist for years, and he's finally acting on it because he's in a position of power.
Of
Like,
power, you know what I
Gervin is
mean?
absolutely right.
Like I'm not going to be tolerant of people's ideology just because they don't have the power to impact me in that moment, or I believe that they don't have the power to impact me in that moment. It doesn't change the fact that if they did have that power, they likely could do some shit to me. I don't need that kind of energy. I don't need that kind of ideology. I don't need that kind of speech around me. Like I'm super intolerant to it. And like even when we're in spaces with people like Robert and I'm sorry, Andrew, but you too, Andrew, because of the people that you have in your spaces, I am not nice to those people. I'm not nice at all. You can tell that I don't like them. And it's because if they had the power in that moment to impact me or affect their ideology, I would it'd go anywhere from being re-enslaved to losing rights to being unalive, depending on the person we're talking to. And I can't abide that. I refuse to do it.
I mean, you could always even look at like these racists that get mod power. Like, even though it's just TikTok and everything, it is a form of power, and you see how they use it.
Right.
Yeah, that particular group is very, very strange. Like they use one particular racial slur, right, against us, but they never say, you know, the K word for Jewish people. They never see this. You never hear them say the C word for Asian people. You never hear them use any other slur against any other group of people. It's just always black people. What's up with that?
I mean,
Andrew?
I do. I think it just depends on like what spaces you go in. But I've heard quite a few white supremacists use quite a few different slurs. It just depends on who they're talking to.
This particular group.
I don't even know why white people think they have a say in this conversation right now. That's really blowing my mind right now.
You know what should be a law in America? Like over in Germany, any Nazi, anything, right? You get in trouble for it. There's consequences because they don't play around with that shit. But we can have people in
and it's
full
not
Santa.
just any kind of trouble. It's like huge.
It's almost
big
like I
trouble.
wasn't finished my thought though.
Yeah.
So people in America, they're allowed to go around in full Klan attire. How is that acceptable?
The trifecta come and pick him up. What happened?
What happened?
I'm really disappointed in that conversation, y'all.
It's shady as
I have a theory, Walt. I think
Like that really did not go the way that I thought it was going to go, and I really did not expect that from Tony.
I do want to take
That's
it
unfortunate,
deeper.
for real.
I do want to take it deeper from the video that I watched earlier today because there was something that really stood out to me that Tony is really exhibiting in this moment. And I commented to Wawa in the chat about is that this is basically, and Joy, you kind of touched on it. It's funny how we all be in sync with each other. And I love moments like this because you even speaking on what happened in the video, you wasn't even there to hear or know what was going on in it. But she spoke about the colonizer mindset. And I just want to go deeper with that because I think people should self-reflect and think about, are you really for your people? Because if you have a colonizer mindset, I think the ultimate answer to that, which is going to be a hard answer for a lot of black people, is no. Because if you have a colonizer mindset, that means that you're not for your people, right? You're not going to look back and reach back to the community to help your people and propel your people forward because you're too busy trying to regurgitate and recycle the ideology that the YT man has taught you. I think people really have to face that harsh reality and just accept that you're not for your people. And if you're not for your people, just say that. But don't try to hoodwink us. Don't try to trick us and say that you don't believe in race and things like that because guess what? Your experience is individual, but society is not going to treat you like that. They don't give a damn what you believe and what you think. How do they see you is how you're going to be treated.
And what be making me sad is like what some people will give up or endure or let, like, what is the word I'm looking for? Let be okay, like permit to like be okay just so they can have proximity to white people. They're still never gonna pick you at the end of the day. They still look at you as less at the end of the day. It don't matter. Doesn't matter how cool you get with them and how much you may be friends or anything. I think every white person got the N-word at the tip of their tongue. Let a black person do enough wrong to them. I truly feel that way. And I just think it's dangerous to get too comfortable.
Right, right. Because the
And I think sometimes when people are agents of that type of shit, I just feel like it can be extremely harmful and dangerous, honestly. And I need people to wake up and understand that.
I think I don't know, my tolerance is really short with people like that because, I don't know, I get really frustrated that people can't see that they're harming themselves. Does that make sense? Like
Yes.
in the bigger picture, you're literally hurting yourself, and why don't you see it? Because
It does.
it could be any day, it could be you. Literally.
It does, but I try to hold it as much empathy as possible for Black people because like a lot of us are indoctrinated in various different ways, and like for Tony it shows up with like this whole Confederate flag thing, like whatever. But for some of us it's like colorism or featureism. For some of us, it's about capitalism and about the way that we treat each other within our community and the way that we don't uplift each other. Like it manifests in different ways, and in order to make it better, I truly believe that we need to educate each other. But like our conversation earlier, Indica, like we're getting down to like game time.
Yeah,
and fascism is like
the show's about to start.
it's almost here, so it's kind of like I don't know. I don't feel like I should take you all the way back to your middle school history class and have to re-educate you about like there were no white slaves. Black people were
It's like
enslaved.
it's almost like weighing, do I have enough time to wake them up or not? Because
Like-
how much time am I going to invest in them when I could wake up 3 other people compared to the one? You know what I mean? That's where my mind's at.
Even his argument about like slavery not being profitable, all of the wealth of the South was wrapped up in slaves and like how much slaves cost, not just in what they were producing, but how much each slave cost. And they didn't want to get rid of slavery because that's where most of their wealth was tied into. That was the only reason. Each person was worth a numerical amount. And that's why they were reimbursed for our value after the fucking war, because they had sunk all their wealth into it. Like you cannot argue that slavery was not profitable for people, because people would not have done it if it had not been profitable.
If you mind, I just
In the first place. I mean, at the end of the day, like they reenact this war. No other. You don't see the Yahtzees reenacting the Holocaust. We're the only country that reenacts the Civil War. These Southern pride weirdos.
And if you go up and down, as far as them still profiting, if you go up and down St. Charles Street in New Orleans, there's still a lot of slave quarters. Anne Rice house being a few of them. She have a few houses on St. Charles, right, that still have slave quarters. They have people that go to these mansions to actually hold events there. So they're definitely still profiting, on the backs of us as well. And I wanted to ask either Joy or Observant, would it be fair to say people like Tony I don't want to say he's anti-black because I love him, but the anti-black people, when they're saying, oh, it's okay for them to use certain slur words around them, would it be fair to say, oh, they're giving that word that much more power, or no? Because that's
why I said he's acting like an agent of white supremacy. Because those are the type of people that they need in order to justify the white supremacy. It's not just the racist white people, it's the other people.
just ask him why he says nigga, and I guarantee he's gonna say I can say nigga because I'm black, which completely contradicts everything that he's saying. If he doesn't believe in race, then he shouldn't be using that word. Then, for me, it's just like I think when a whole bunch of people are telling him the same thing, and he's like, no, this is what white people this, and white people that, and white people this, I think he's really conditioned to just caping for white folks. And the one thing that really jumped out at me, and I'm not one person to be saying this, but I'm trying to work on myself, but that misogyny was crazy, because the energy that me and Observant and maybe Indica, let's just use Indica as well, had towards Tony was probably 3-4 times the energy that Ren had towards him. And any time that Ren said something, it was automatic attack. So I don't know if it's misogyny. I don't know if he has something against black women, but it was definitely glaring in that conversation. Every time Ren opened her mouth, it was an attack. Every time me, Observant, and Indica opened our mouth, we got our thoughts out, and then he rebutted. I don't know if anybody else picked up on that, but it was pretty blatant to me.
He did go straight for her.
Yeah, I did notice that. I didn't know if they had a previous encounter or not, so I wasn't going to like comment too much on that. There was some misogyny in that one comment that was I didn't realize that was going to happen. I was kind of disappointed in that.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
really
think to describe honestly is agent of white supremacy. That's the only thing that comes to mind for me.
I mean, I think it's also fear, because at the end of the day, if he concedes, to our points, he actually does the research. I mean, I just want him to find just one white person. Give me a name, and you'll never be able to do it. And then, the fear comes from how you're going to look at the people in your white community, your white friends. Are you going to stand 10 toes down with them, the way they talk to you and how you interact with them, how they interact with other black people? They don't want to do that. They don't want to have those hard conversations with the same people that they love to hang out with, that we have the hard conversations with, and the people that we don't like, that are their best friends.
Because you don't realize you shouldn't be hanging out with them.
Correct. But at the end of the day, like, they're not going to do that. And that just makes you a coward at the end of the day.
I truly wonder why people come over here and hang out with us if they know that we feel this way about a lot of these topics. Like, because you can't possibly think that you're going to come over here and like talk about or like turn your camera on and then we see our white friends call you the N-word and we're not going to comment on things. You know what I mean? And after as many political discussions as we had over here, like Joy, you, me, like Chaos, Cascade, everybody on the panel, actually, we've all gotten into these discussions around conservatives who are black people. Like, how did I'm just so confused how we missed this, how I personally missed this in Tony, or how he hasn't like commented on any of this up until now. Like, why is this the first conversation I'm having with you? And this is where it went.
I don't know if you remember the conversation him and Wawa had in Discord, Observing, because I came up kind of late, but
I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for that.
It was just kind of like, okay, you really don't align with what you think you align with, but yeah.
I mean, because every day that we hang out with each other, or, most times that we hang out with each other, I mean, typically when Tony's here, the conversation, he's just not really engaging with that conversation, right? Like, like Observant said, we do have a soft spot for black people who, we want them in. Actually, Wawa made a point once where she said, I'd rather talk to the most problematic black person before I talk to the whitest saint.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and I really resonated with that because at the end of the day, like we're gonna talk to black conservatives, and they're gonna be in the spaces, and we're black people. We're gonna laugh, we're gonna joke, we're gonna have a good time together, But then when the hard conversation comes around the bend again, right? Then it's like it's this conversation right here. Which, to be honest with you, I fully expected it to turn this way with Tony because that's just who he is. We watch it. We've seen it. We hang out with him, and he literally has a PFP with him picking cotton. So
I was just about to say that too.
Yeah, I don't expect him to do the work, man. The man has a Confederate flag in his bedroom like Wyan.
His
you know what I'm saying?
Literally that coon Tony.
Correct.
Look, I'm not ever going to like stop having the conversation with black people. And honestly, how many black conservatives have we met who are just doing it to grift? Because like my initial entry onto this app, I encountered a lot of quote unquote black conservatives, and I can, after talking to like a couple of my mutuals, a couple of my friends on here, at least half of them are just doing it to grift and to make money. You know what I mean? That they don't actually hold a lot of the views that they espouse. So I'm always going to have the conversation with people, even if their profile name says that Tony, or even if they have like cotton in their PFP picture. Like that's not going to deter me.
And if you really ask Tony will tell you himself. He avoids these type of conversations when it comes down to us because he knows that his ideology, I guess you can say, is completely different. Like, he knows that. He have said that plenty of times. He avoids these conversations with us. He does.
And he's going to avoid them the same conversation with his white friends too. And that is the problem that I have, right? You won't even, I mean, if you believe that there were white slaves, show us.
Yeah. Only thing I was surprised about was when Observer told me that he believed that black people were indigenous to America. I didn't think he actually thought that. I'm not surprised by the other shit too much, but that part I'm surprised about.
I asked that question 4 times in 4 different ways, Joy. I was so confused. Like you're not FBA, are you, Tony?
But how many times have we said in the past, Observant, that the FBA shit be parallel to white supremacy? How many times have we said that?
100%. They're just
We said
white
it when we were
supremacists.
Wait a minute.
They're just they're just white supremacists in blackface is all that is. That's really all that is.
So what are we gonna do about Tina? Because she's in the chat running her mouth, and we need to get her another fucking sock.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we don't want her coming up here with her loaded sock. I'm scared of that girl.
Because this is a fucking thing going around this app with the loaded sock committee and the trifecta.
Let me drop Katina so she can come up here and fight.
I'm leaving. If she come up here, I'm leaving because I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to argue with her. Okay,
Right.
scary. It's scary.
Now it's wait a minute. Go get tacos, motherfucker. She been avoiding the whole. Robert.
Can we not get tacos? Can we have a break?
Okay.
Just like
Well,
a
she's gonna be
24-hour break.
live. I don't know if Andrew won his fucking appeal or whatever the case is.
Doesn't he have like 5 or 6 accounts? He'll just go on another one.
I know he got 2. That's all I know.
I know he got 2.
I know he got 2. And I know he. There she go.
She's gonna beat me with a loaded sock.
This happened like 3 days ago in a DM.
It was actually yesterday.
But this was after you threatened to beat me with a loaded sock. Was it not? Did you not get on a live and said, I'm going to beat Taco's ass with a loaded sock? Okay? Like, this is so dumb.
I have to mute myself. Listen. Poor Tacos. Poor Tacos. Listen. Somebody, listen, we're going to have to go get a GoFundMe.
That picture is insane.
To me and told me to come over.
No.
Okay. If that don't tell you what you need to know, I don't know what does.
That just happened like 3 days ago in a DM.
It was actually yesterday.
But this was after you threatened to beat me with a loaded sock. Was it not? Did you not get on a live and said, I'm going to beat Taco's ass with a loaded sock? Okay? Like, this is...
See that? Wait a minute. Whose name is that? That better not be. What's her name? Okay, stop. I'm done. I don't know. You getting? Listen, October, you're starting to act like somebody else, and it's
you said no
August.
doxing, so. You said no doxing, so nobody's doing that.
Now
you set your boundaries, and I did not.
My stomach hurts. What? Have you been beaten with a loaded sock? Wait a minute. Did y'all see that picture? A real sock that she had? She actually has a loaded. Damn it.
Why is there a picture of Tina's thighs and a loaded sock on your background?
Because this is what she had put on screen today. I have jobs for all of you. Shut the fuck, August. You know, see, this is what I'm talking about. Nobody wants to have a boss that acts like you. So why would somebody want to work for you and you're treating them like peons in the first place? The fuck? Hello?
Who muted August?
I did. I just incentivized him to get into the box.
Oh. Well, damn.
I'm not going to work for nobody that looks down on poor people. Hello? Because you expect me to act like that, and it ain't gonna happen. No.
Well, good job, team, with the Tony conversation. Y'all did well. Kudos. That was great.
I'm not threatening with a stop. Honey baby. Why you August get in the box and stuff? There's nobody up. Cowgirl's not up here. Aqua's not up here. Now this is you just being lame now at this point.
Do you think?
I think he's afraid of Indica.
Oh yeah, he a pussy. Do you think that any of that got through to Tony though? Because I'm still trying to figure out, like, whenever there's conversations with some people, there's just this like almost physical wall that they just refuse to believe information, and I don't know how to get through it.
What I will say is I sent him a link, and I will check in with him in like a couple weeks to see if he watched it, and I'll make a decision then as to whether or not he took anything away from this conversation. I don't want to say that like it fell on deaf ears, because you know people can surprise you.
Mm-hmm.
But
you see, the thing about it is you have to realize that doesn't. Even though y'all throwing information at him, he has to want that, honestly. Like, you know, like Andrew wants to call fucking rehab facilities and get rent money from addicts. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
What?
Oh, but when I be shady, it's a problem. But your bitch ass going to hell right now. That's insane.
The chocolate X. Get your ass up here, August. Damn.
That's insane.
Is it in October?
That baby, that gagged me, baby. I don't really be gagged that much. What the fuck? He said, I can't even repeat it because bitch, what?
He said Andrew likes to call.
Hey Andrew, you gotta beat up Bold right now. Like this, no, I don't think you can.
Andrew,
you gotta fight Bold at this point because I don't. It's
Andrew.
Wow.
Andrew. Who we calling tonight, Andrew? On the hotline. Damn it! How much rent is due this week? Let's go. Pork fried rice. Okay, that's racist, Tina. No. No. Juicy mango. Okay. Who's not tapping the screen? Let me turn these comments off because I'm about to throw the fuck up.
Throw up. Ew, don't throw up.
Wawa's here.
Wah.
I really want to start doing more education stuff, but I never know when to start or where.
I think I do like when you talk about history, so I think you should. You like history and stuff?
No,
and plus I might need you for my.
I like it when Observant is quiet and he smiles with his chest out. Perfect.
Oh, you're sexualizing.
Okay, Bold. Okay,
what?
Bold. Okay, Bold.
So now I see where all this like Observant dating everybody, baby, because you want to be that. Oh, okay. Well, Bold, I won't. Listen, Bold. Hey, I want no issues with you. You can have Observant. Observant is a free man.
Y'all done already, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter, but
that's all yours, baby.
Am I the meat that you be talking about in your insults when you be talking to them white women? Is that what's happening? You be calling them used meat? No, because October takes me out every time he calls these white women used meat.
Oh, you talking about me?
Yes.
Oh, they're talking about Bold. I'm sorry. Wait, no. When I say rotten meat, I mean
rotten
like those
meat.
are
There you go.
The bitches. They're like.
Okay, I modded a couple of people because I see Tammy. I haven't seen you in a while. I was unmodding because I had, you know, I couldn't mod certain people, so I had to unmod a couple of people that I hadn't seen in a couple of days or whatever. So it wasn't like, oh, I don't like you. It's just I haven't seen you. A regular.
Wait, what?
That's what that is. Because who did I mod? Spiffy.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Piola. Tammy. That's Tammy. Kia. She was a mod. Well, I'll make her a mod again, but you know.
Wait. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. My bad.
I support you.
What, Chaos?
What?
Well, mark my words. I'm going to pull up. Okay, good luck with that.
Support. Now, where's my damn mod gear?
No, you can't control.
Well, I got my mod.
It was
thing
BGB.
I don't
Like,
give a
and
crap
it
if
was
it
one
was
time.
PT.
You so whack for that shit.
Wait, did you? Man said, "Do you mean koala? Did you say Keola?"
I ain't said nothing.
Okay.
Somebody named Tammy did. Okay, it ain't me.
I smell a drop coming.
No, I was reading Mint's comment.
You skating on
Wait,
thin ice, man.
we don't wanna
Don't
see
come
that
show
shit.
us no outside. You was just down in the comments tapping like Tony. Don't do that.
Yeah, you're by the countryside. Now, if we see some people in a white suit and hoodie, you know, we're gonna turn the camera off and just let it be. No burning crosses. Tina's back.
Oh, like Miss.
October, you what did you say?
Yeah.
No, what I said. Sorry, what I said was midsummer. What are you guys talking about?
Bold. Dee finally made it.
Bold.
Who called my name?
You called my name first.
No, you didn't. No, I didn't. Rewind the tape.
Whatever. You know what?
Proof. Where's the proof? I sound like, who do I sound? Siren and Trey. Where's the proof? Make sure y'all get that tape when make sure y'all got the recording with Trey saying all that fuck up shit.
Oh,
'Cause
I
you know-
got that recording.
That's exactly what the feds would say. Prove it.
I finally
Oh,
found
you know
it.
what's funny? Wait, actually, observant. You know, I'm kind of pissed off at right now.
Who?
I should have literally drunk like these beers I have in my refrigerator last night, so I could get more little crunk and
Your beer? You should have drank all them beers.
Oh yeah, Chaos gave you the idea to get some beer, right?
No, that's the thing. I didn't buy this. Like y'all keep thinking I don't have. I can always get a nigga to buy me stuff. This nigga brought me a whole type of case of beer, and I totally forgot.
Speaking of, here's
What the
August.
fuck are you coming up to lie about now?
I came up because you called me on the back end again.
Liar, liar, liar.
Why do you keep calling me bold? I'm trying not
You
to
want
aggravate
somebody
these people. I'm trying to leave these poor people.
Want to be important?
You want me to harass them?
We hear
I'm not. Bold, I'm not doing it anymore. I turned a new leaf, bold.
That leaf always turn back over. The fuck?
Oh, you want me to turn it back? Why? Because you want some money,
Because
don't
you
you?
gotta
Bold?
do it. You are.
You want some money. I'm out here trying to give out applications, and you're trying to get money out of me to annoy these people who I have no problem. Who I
want an
don't even
application
know.
so you can dox my information and give
You
it to
want me
fucking,
to torture
TV.
these people, Bold?
Prove it.
Who is trying to see my camera while I am nude? That is
okay,
weird.
then.
That is weird.
Yeah, nude. This is what I'm talking about. He's obsessed. Then why would you get in the box when you're nude? Why would you get in the box and this is what I'm talking about? This is the fair.